Hello Blender folks, welcome and welcome back to Sci-Fi, and this is a long run here now with rigging. We'll do a lot of rigging here of this character, original character Aisha for Sci-Fi universe for a 3D animation project. So I was making some findings here on these F key, I key thing. So this is the, no, I won't say ultimate setup, because this is, of course, this is always changing, but techniques, right? Even Blender, of course, would take a lot of time to change those industry conventions, CG conventions. I'm certain that there are some more breakthroughs to happen, maybe with AI, I don't know. But with rigging, maybe at some point, there are many things that seems to be plausible. Maybe some killing applications, some killing development, software, new software, I don't know, something that will create any change how things are done, right? Maybe someone that worked on a big company then decides to get out and do and spread the word because usually. All right, so here let's get the soundtrack, and I have a list of things to do, rigging things here actually. So this is the spine. I need to, so what I'm using here, I was making some experiments with the arm. I'll show that in a moment. Too loud, hold on folks. Okay, maybe this is better. Okay, let's go back here. So there is the chain here I'm using of the spine. I'm rigging things like in a sort of not very organized way, because I'm revising my old rig anyways and trying to look for simplified approach. So I have this auto I key, which is very good, incredible feature, because look, I have a I key spine from the head, right? So I had built that before with another with another system, much more complicated, and this is straightforward because we have forward kinematics and inverse kinematics, and I can have the inverse even from any point here. So this is ludicrous, right? So it's not super versatile, but that's already, there could be problems with some. So I'm uncertain if perhaps the position here, because the bones aren't straight, this like here, right, for the arm, so maybe that would be a limitation, but I can solve this. Yeah, totally can solve. It would be a bit tricky, but we can do this. Basically, if I get the chain here, so first of all I'm gonna transform, these are deformed bones, right? So I'm going to do the following: edit mode. I'm going to get this chain, they are all connected. I will shift D that, move that to the alt M mechanism, change their size here, make them larger, and I'm gonna control F2, find replace bones instead of def mechanism. That's right. Then let's change their viewport. I use this for the mechanism. This is the head bone, don't need that. I'm going to move this to, alright, it's already here. So I'm going to, I want really to stretch these bones, and to do this, let's try to do this one by one. right? And then I'm gonna get this here, actually on this point. Then all right, this is the spine, but as a mechanism now I'm going to get this connected. No, actually the inverse. So if I go on, so now this mechanism spine, this line in the bones like that make that the controlling for the spine is better than if I control through here. So what I'm going to do, this is a bit tricky, but let's first do what I used to do here. So I'm gonna make these bones to snap differently here. So as you see, this is all bizarre, right? But this is not how this is expected to work. I want to have, this is offsetting. I want to have some equivalent bones. I would call them, yeah, actually these bones have strange naming, right? So let's change this to head instead of head, spine. Def neck, def head. All right, then mechanism head, mechanism neck, Control F2, head to spine, except that this will be spine 01, spine 02, spine 03. If I need more, I'll create them later. Let's go back here. Okay, so nothing here is good enough. I need to get now these bones here on this layer to create. Let's duplicate this on edit mode. I think this should work. Let's change these sides here, and let's make this as control here, and Alt M2 control, and also Control F2 to def control. Then here I'm going to change this, well, Control C, Control V here. This one, neck and head. So about the parenting here, I'm not totally sure, so let's skip offset for now. Okay, so I don't have any sort of control here, but if I go to the mechanism here with the pose mode, yes, so I can do this. Oh yes, there is one problem. Okay. I never done this with this kind of, let's hide the eyes, it's getting annoying. How can that be solved? So I want this mechanism, but this needs to be on a Nike chain. I don't want to be pulling this mechanism bones. These mechanism bones, I consider them as target things, right? So how did I did here? Maybe I should do as I'm doing here. So what's happening here is that I have, but that is a pretty annoying. This would be okay. First, let's clear out these drivers here. This chat is not helping. Hold on. Okay, so basically there are some drivers here that I've made for some switch, I key, F key, switch, snap, stuff like that, but this is not, I was just testing. This is the expression here, negative var true, or sometimes depending could be so this is a binary, positive var plus false. So this is swapping this, right? So basically, but I've disabled those things. Like this is the switcher, it has limit location, just change the Z, and then that will switch those if that was even enabled as a driver, like here. So it's enabled, and then here it is disabled. Yeah, so but I don't want that. So I need to, instead of deleting the bone constraint, no, don't do that. That will screw up the driver thing. They'll keep there until you delete them from the window console. Very annoying thing. I'll receive warnings. So these are not our old stuff. I have a backup with those. So the only drivers that I kept here are those for the influence. So this means that, see, 0, 1. So this I saw, I was looking at the tutorial from Joy Carlino about a guy that makes good didactic tutorial for rigging in Blender and some other stuff. One of the best. Actually, let me show what is this about. It doesn't hold the solution that I've just learned from. Where's the I key, F key, switch, snap? Maybe it's this one. Yeah, this one.
What we're gonna do is make it so that when this goes up, this constraint.
Yeah, so not this tutorial here. So, anyways, I just use some trick here because from here I can. I never use I key, F key, snap, switch, and I was trying to configure it in a, not with an I key bone constraint, but with an auto I key, and turns out that this setup to work here. I'm not sure I'm gonna validate this for the spine, but for the arm it will be like this. Basically, let's disable these bones here, right? So they are locked. This will be like pin bones, those yellow ones. Is that yellow? Well, this yellowish color. There will be pin bones. Without the pin bones, so we have the I key. Actually, not only I key. Yeah, it's not rigged to the arm, but ignore that. Just look at the armature, what it's doing. And I have these. This is the I key chain. Right? So it suffers I key, but I can use it as F key as well, as you can see. And all this chain can be controlled by this bone here, which is just the end of the controller of this full I key chain as a whole. And I have set up here for each of those bones these wait. I didn't, so let's fix that. When did I lost those data? I have set up everything here and now I've lost. Not good. Maybe it's on the other side. No. When did that happen. So anyways, it doesn't matter now. I can fix those things later. Let's just mark that here so I recover. They might be on a old file, so recover the IK inverse kinematics data for arm rig. Yeah, that's it. All right, so we don't need those things to see what's happening here. So you see I have this I key control that is also F key, and that looks perfect, right? And I can even do this right from the spine. Ignore this control. Okay, but what if I want to lock the hand as a master I key control with a I key bone constraint would do? Then I can use the simple. So see, this is perfect, right? Already this double functionality here, that's just ludicrous. But then we need that snapping, right? So how do I snap this? So here is where we come with something like that. Basically, let me just make sure this is correct. Yeah, so this is the idea of that I took from that tutorial. Joe Carlino's one with that thing. And so here I can basically, you'll see that by doing this, let's say that, yeah, let's resume here. Let's say that I want to snap the hand like here, right? Well, let's just match this there. And then now I cannot control the I key, the arm, right? You see that this is not following, but now this is following this. And these bones, these spin bones, are special because you see the body. Let's take off this, even use the, no, this isn't the way. Okay, so you see I can, the arm is pinned, like, yeah, there's might be some difficult here, but you see the power of this actually, because here I could even do a double if I don't want to control this one. Let's do a trick here. Hold on. Let me check something here. I thought of doing that. Let's disable this one and, all right, disable the driver. So it's, let's leave it affected here. So this means that, okay, you see, yes, I need a double lock here, so I can control this differently. So if I control them both like I was here, that would mean that I would always only have the option for one of them. But look at this now. Why did I do that? Because now check this other case scenario. I locked the arm. I've pinned the elbow from the body, from the torso. So pinned elbow not only from the, you see, from the hand, but from the torso, which is much harder to do. And I don't even need this for the hand, because to pin the hand, I can just do this with auto I key. If I just have to pick the mechanism, there you go. Here it's not pinned, but I can pin from here or even here. So this is pure auto I key option, not this is ludicrous. So here pin, but I cannot pin the elbow from the torso with auto I key. At least I don't know how that would occur. Right, for that I need this setup. So let's edit driver, let's enable this, and actually hold on, edit driver, let's see, turn this off, edit driver, enable. Okay, so now that I edit the driver here, now I can pin. And if I want to, if I'm in the middle of animation, I've already tested, right? I can, this is so annoying. Okay, I can ignore that. I can, I'm looking at this. If I'm in the middle animation and I need to rejoin the stuff, like just try to approach here, then get this snap here and here. There we go. Or just animate this this thing, right? So that's it. So many ways to. We cannot pin back the. Yeah, you cannot. This F key I key chain, I cannot snap it back towards this, but I can snap those things back to here. So I cannot use, for some reason of Blender, I cannot, this doesn't work. These bones, because they are in F key chain and they are part of the I key chain, they cannot be snapped. It's essentially because of the parenting connected. They cannot move. Even bone constraints don't affect them. They are useless. No, these are hard bones. They don't move, but they move through this. And since I cannot match them back, I can on the other way around. I can still match these ones, right? Like this, so I can animate this or just animate from a keyframe here and then make a curve, maybe going back to final here, same here. So it's actually awkward, but it's very, very interesting. So then there's another problem, of course, that where was the problem to solve, right? It's the well, I don't remember what. Okay, so this is pin, elbow, no, just pin. Oh, yes, yes, I needed to, I want also this to be doing another motion. So instead I'm going to get here, edit. Let's just change the X, maybe X location for this one, and then I'm going to allow this to go to the X. Let's see. Y. Okay, Z. It's global. Yeah, so the Y is, it's ZY. Yeah. Now, so let's do the X. Instead of X, let's use the Y, right? I know this is confusing. It is global movement there. So this valve will be the local Y. I don't want to use, there's no pose space, so the local space. I prefer local space, I think it's safer, so okay, so on the X it would move that way. So that means that if I want a full lock, so I have this thing, so here I've locked the what happened? Okay, let's see. Okay, this is everything working. Then if I lock here, all right, this is free, this is locked, then X, now this is unlocked. I can still move this if I want to try to simplify and match the I key to less work. Yes, I can do that. But in principle, it's the way around. It's here that, but here, so if I go back here, now the elbow is locked. All right. And now the hand is locked. Lock hand. In space, unlock hand, lock elbow, does that work? Oh yes, this doesn't work on its own because yes, it doesn't work on its own. Since the whole thing is still on, yeah, the bones, they are, oh, of course, sorry folks, I forgot a trick here. I needed to cleanse these ones. It's that both these, the pin bones, they get the copy transforms to the some bone of the I keychain, those mechanism bones. They are not exactly mechanism bones, right? To be fair, those are control bones. Let's change that because I can actually pose them directly. So what is this? Is yeah. So basically, this one doesn't have bone constraint for that. It's just this one. So delete this driver. Delete this driver. These are old for binary stuff. Here is the new one, and so here I'm gonna change here edit driver to correspond to the Y location. Pin so this actually spinning the on the tail of the elbow, so it's just because I don't need these elbow bones here, but I decided to try. It helps the forms in rigging, although it makes the I-key thing much more complicated, and yet I've decided to try this. Here, oh yes, we also need to change here Y location, this one as well, Y location. All right, reset. So let's see, no, all right, so here these are locked. Let's unlock, what's happening here? Strange. Oh, I need to reset. All right, okay, this is locked, but I can Let's reset this. Let's do what I wanted here. Unlock only the elbow. Aha. Indeed. I still have this. Will that be useful? Unlock only the. Yeah, see the F key starts affecting the rest there, so maybe if I don't want that, then also lock that. No, move that maybe here. Yeah, and so that's it. So if we there's a little problem with the resets, right? Because we'll have to reset every time those. Why can't I reset? Oh, they are reset. They are just, it's just this that is not reset. All right. You see the bones, the yellow ones are in place. So let's change here. All right, so that will be the one of the things. So this seems to be working. It might sound strange, but the important thing is that it works so far smoothless. Oops, what are those things? Let's just close and open Blender again. Oh, I didn't saw Sigit Empire. Hello, welcome. What add-on do you use for this software? The add-on. Okay, this is Blender, right? Open source software. Sorry, I didn't see the chat there. Sigit Empire. So welcome. Basically, I'm using. I'm not fan of having too many add-ons, but there's yeah, there are too many stuff. What I like to use usually is copy attributes menu. This is inbuilt, so you can copy. It's good for copying like bone constraints. Control C, then copy only the selected bone constraints from one bone to another. Also work for object modifiers, stuff like that. So this is fundamental for rigging. Bone manager, this needs to download. So this is this one, right? I don't know how to use many of its tools, but like this stuff here, I need to learn. But at least for this, the bone collections organized in the tab here in this panel. Actually in this tab here, right? So then one that I found super useful, but it's a bit challenging. Okay, pose library, this is inbuilt. Screencast keys, right, for the stuff here for sharing stuff. Wiggle to a bone, wiggle to a bone, no, add-on. This is the version 2 of Wiggle Bones. This is for physics for armature. So this is super handy for rigging hair, stuff like that, even cloths, yes, but it lags if we use and it crashes. We need to bake the 3D animation if we want to render with it, but we can at the same time just disable it for the whole scene. Let's see, animation, yeah, just disable here if it's here. I don't have wiggle bones, but I can just turn any of this bone into a wiggle bone, and then it starts moving, and I can develop some appear a lot of options here for, you know, physics of each individual bone, and this is very super handy. It's difficult to use, an intermediate level, right? But it's, if I didn't have this add-on, like for me it's like essential. I would have to struggle with cloth physics and from the physics stuff. I hate those settings here. I think it's super simplified, but it struggles still with collisions. But collisions is like anywhere, right? Complicated, I guess. So wiggle to add-on for later versions of Blender. Node Wrangler, of course, for shading. Shape Key Skipper, this is a new, I used another one before, but now I prefer this one. This is cleaner. It allows to apply object modifiers when there are shape keys on the model mesh object. So we can preserve the shape keys. We don't need to delete the shape keys. We can just apply objects like mirror modifier, stuff like that, and the shape keys are preserved. So this is very, very useful. Copy global transform. I've not been using this. That would be for animation, maybe rigging. Don't remember. It's free. I think it's inbuilt. Anything else? Yeah, right now I'd say that those ones would be the essential. There would be a lot of other things that I've used to use, but for now those would be the essential stuff. Yeah, I don't think I'm forgetting anything. I have another list, but this is what I'm using right now. Essentially, Bone Manager, Wiggle to add-on, Copy Attributes, and Shape Key Skipper, something like that. Yeah, those ones. And that would be the add-ons for now. That I use. Node Wrangle. So here, let's go back to this thing. So okay, these bones are, let's get all these bones. Let's turn off this. So these will be turned into deformed bones. I need to find a way to solve this thing here. The problem, the way I've been doing that other thing was, alright, so maybe I just don't need the mechanism rig here. Exactly, this is not mechanism rig also. So let's change this to this. Didn't work. Bones, yes, because I've closed Blender. Okay. So that means that, oh, I think I got it. No, I still didn't got it. So the mechanism chain, this is a special case. This is why I'm getting confused. I want to have a warp system, but the problem with the warp system here, I want this chain to be straight, but then at the same time I want it to be warping on these markers here, but that will create a problem because then I would not be able to manipulate this. Because the bones that would have warped, they are connected here, parented connected, they will just... So that means that I cannot have the rest pose that I want. If I straighten these bones, of course I lose the rest pose will change. Right? It does nothing. It doesn't work, right? And I'm thinking here, I think this, yeah, it's not the end of the world, however, if the chain is like that, right? We can still straighten it and... Oh yes, that's right. Indeed, it doesn't look like to be incorrect, to be a worse curve than the other one. So maybe I just a conceptual understanding of how this works. So the chain doesn't need exactly to start straight, the Aiki chain, but on rest position, but because we can already straighten it on... Alright, so that means that I probably can get... So this means that this mechanism is probably useless. Yeah, just for the eyes. Oh, this is because the parents of these eye objects are messed up. It was the head mechanism which was their parent. All right. I'm not going to do wave painting here. I'm just fixing the armature because a lot of the rigging things that I really need is the fundamental part of the skeleton thing. We can already see if it is working without the deforms. The deform rig would be another problem, but I'm already fixing the deform rig from those relations here. So let's do the same here. Parent offset this. Okay, let's also duplicate these things. I believe we'll have some problems with the drivers. Symmetrize all that. Oh, pin elbow left. So they don't come with the drivers. Limit distance, no, I'm not using this right now. You see here, this one preserved the some data, but it's not what I really wanted. Yeah, these bones preserve the IK rotational data, but it's not what I really want. So copy driver, paste driver, accept. Change here. it's inversed, but I don't know why it's not. Maybe it missed something. Oh, here. It didn't. I don't know why this didn't. Alright, let's try now. So this was a mistake. Ah, how do I get rid of this? Here. Alright, so it was just the same thing. I just required that I... Oh, again, these settings... Alright, so... So there's a special rig here that I don't remember by heart. There are many things that we can achieve with, except that in this case I have, well, sort of with auto I key. This is sort of already working. Yeah, so I don't really need anything for now. Have here the master shoulder if you want. Oh, I see one of the problem with this. If I were to build a rig here that would try to control like these bones here, maybe stretch. Yeah, I'm not able to stretch the spine, so this can be a problem. What if I have never tried this. Let's try to it's not stretching. You see that it doesn't give me control over these. Only when I go individually. So this is something I want to investigate further later, how to. But as for these ones, there is something. So I can probably offset, yes. To offset, I would need a system a bit like that, which can be annoying to make in here. I would have different methods. So it would rely not on this. I have to make. And so you see I lose the power of that bone. I would sort of need a buffer bone. This conflicts with the whole key idea So I know how to do that with another rig with bendy bone splines, but not with this one. All because of this chain here connected, and the bones in the chain, they are just bound in a very complicated way. I have to sort of, this is very bizarre. What if I, yeah, so the parenting here would be bizarre, but I don't like to parent this to the chain, but let's see what happens. Alright, so let's say that I do that indeed. So I can still move that. And then this master bone, it's sort of, it's not so master, but then we go with a trick. Yes, so I'm able to displace the, okay. The only problem is that now I got this stupid parenting here. So maybe I need some mechanism bone, something for the real structure of the parenting, right? Or maybe, what if instead of a parenting here, this was copy transforms, but with this. Well, of course, this is all messed up because this bone is in the wrong direction. Okay, so this also works. I preserve the parenting, but then I lose the possibility of having it oriented differently. I'll have to do this from, yeah, then I'll have to make parent it to, I see, I see. This indeed will become my buffer bone, right? Is that correct? It holds data, but is that, what about the, parent to here and this parent to here. What is going on? Dependency cycle. Alright, so I cannot move that, so basically, oh, this one maybe the clear parent here, and oh, there is some stupid copy. This is locked. It cannot move. It doesn't move anything. This probably is wrong. I'm gonna save. That's probably some dependency cycle here. Let's open and close again. Let's go back to the soundtrack here. Yes, this seems very bad. What is this? Ah, some problem with the objects. Oops, it will crash. Sorry folks. It's I've deleted the bone and they left some data there, parented. Wow, what's that? Alright, nothing. It's because of the apps that are open simultaneously. Should be simple to solve here. So basically if I these two, right? Clear parent, then let's resume and parent them to the bone. I think this solves the problem. Save. There we go, clean. So that incredibly worked, that this thing here. I don't like this thing, but okay, it makes sense. I have no idea how this parenting here in particular. Well, no, actually this is correct, because if there is no parent for this spine here, then there's nothing happens, right? This actually copied this transform for the spine 1, but then as we get, this is not totally what I wanted, right? But then why do I even need this one? It is parent to the master hips. I don't need this. You see the pivot point there. It's not exactly what I wanted. Oh, it's offsetting, right? Something wrong about this bone. Why did I did that? Control spine. And you have a happy spine, but this is not yeah, so I can F key, I can I key, that's fine, but what if I want to, can I, yeah, I can rotate. So why do I want these extra bones then if I have all these controls? Well, the hips is special. Yeah, I would like, I see, yeah, something here would be important for the shoulders, right? Something centered, right? This is always a problem I had, so something that would align here. So I'm thinking what this rig cannot do. Okay, the F I key head, sorry for the eyes. Let's also turn this off for a moment. Okay, so I know that the hips has got a problem. I'd like to have some sort of tilt of the hips. The spines go up, right? So I don't have this possibility. Yes, I see. So something I remember now. So I need to be able to move this bone from this, right? So parent of this is the control spine. It cannot move because it have this, right? So I is targeting the spine. Okay, that sort of tilts the spine there individually, the hips. But do I need this mechanism at all? I would just have to, like, apparently this makes it rotate, right? Yeah, I'm not sure if I want this, so maybe instead of replace, yes, well, let's try to, I'm not sure if I need this, right? So let's try to just delete that. Does it flip? Oh no, it looks for, no, hold on. It copied the transforms indeed. It flips, yeah, definitely. So no, I don't want it to be flipping. That will be a crazy thing to happen. So how to solve that? Basically, I cannot have this kind of copy transforms involving location. Maybe I need to okay, let's try another more time. Copy transforms will copy the location. It will force it to flip unless I move it here, but then it doesn't have some sort of invert thing. Target. Local spaces. with owner orientation and an invert rotation. This never works. Custom space of this maybe. No. No. It got inverted. No. So alright, so yeah, let's delete that. Let's do it differently. So copy location, location of the tail, right? Pose space, that's accurate. Then copy rotation, then the rotation invert, local space, with owner orientation. There. And however, there we go. We can okay, so maybe I need to do that for every other. Look, the offsets still moves the okay, and then the problem is that would that even work here? What do I do with the parenting of this? This will probably disrupt everything, right? Yeah, because then I lose the okay, so I cannot parent this like that. But what I can do probably is create a new master here. Master hips. That maybe I flip, I don't know. Let's do, now let's, I don't know what I do with that. Let's do this way, maintain this condition here. Let's change this color to black for now, and that will be master hips. No, that's, this will be command hips. this will be the master hips, and then let's see if I parent these two to here, then I have this F key thing, and now yeah, so it's just a question of where do I place this, right? So maybe I should place it there. Yeah, because then it parents both, right? So we have, I can offset, just as here I can use this to offset. The only problem is that I do not have a system to have this follow it, at least not yet. It will be too annoying to make those F key switches for the spine too if it's not needed. So at least I can offset this. If I reset, let's see. Yeah, so I can do some funny things here, but the cool thing is that I can reset, yeah, individually. So that's interesting, but I need to see what happens with yeah, let's try to build the leg. So here's a big challenge, which I'll have to find out if the auto A key option with this kind of rig would work for the advanced foot rig. I know that this works with the arm, and I know that another setup that I've made allows for this kind of setup that we see here in another dimension of complications, but it allows simultaneous F key I key without a switch, but then we have some sort of bones which are somewhat more versatile than this, but there's still some struggle with, and there is a I key bone constraint. So I believe that the auto I key, I think I have tried, won't allow me to have the advanced foot rig to work, because it doesn't have the foot leverage mechanism. And there's no hand leverage here, so this is why we don't see the problem here. So let's try to do something about that. I'm going to create those bones here for the leg. So it'll be something like that, right? So start by align this like this bone, right? Oh, this comes with some parenting and what's the name of it? Upper arm thigh. Oh, alright, the bones. There we go, and let's also clear strip digits plus punctuations at the end. There we go. Type left and right. Let's make sure that where's the somewhere out here the joint. Well, I want to make the straight legs, right? So for simplicity. Welcome, Master Sakigaki. Welcome back, Mekazawa. How are you doing? So we're doing the rigging finally, and welcome. So here I have already some advanced, super advanced. No, this is I key F key posing, right, with this auto I key option. You see, and these are more advanced. So this is for pinning the let's reset here. Let's pin the hand. Wait, is lagging here? Oh, I need to push this to the extreme, right? So now I can imagine the hand is here. So now I can, no, not this. I can even, let's see where the hand stays there, or I can pin the elbow and the hand. So the I key doesn't work, but I can pin the elbow and the hand, but especially the elbow from the torso, as you can see there. So this is sort of an I key F key switch. Then if I need to go back, yeah, so there will be, we could animate here. This goes back here. I can, this goes back here. Or just if I don't want to do that, I just keyframe these positions, try to approximate this maybe, and I just have to animate this, and there we go. And so now if maybe I would like to reset this, and now this follows back. These are locked, yeah, so alright, so locked by default. And so here also elbow, master elbow here. So if I, no, not this, if I have here, you see the elbow has, it doesn't automatically rotates, but what could be achieved here is yeah, let's do this. So basically this, instead of where does this parents to what? Shoulder? No, this parents to this. Alright, so this is the I key working, master shoulder here. And yeah, if I really want to have something for this parent to control shoulder, alright, but since it is free, I can get it a let's say, yeah, towards here, dump track maybe. Yeah, no, this is the inverse. Okay, here to here, dump track, reduce this to 0.2. Not sure this is even necessary. It keeps moving, but that can. There are many ways to fix. Now this can be a problem, little problem. Hold on. Yeah, usually I don't bother with this. I prefer the, but this can be useful. Yeah, there's some usefulness on this very low value. Maybe that's fine. We'll have to investigate. So let's just symmetrize this one. So that got for the other one. Let's see. That kind of rig controller is on Blender. Sorry, the chat here. That kind of rig controller, is it on Blender only rigger controller, or can you export it to other engines like Unity or, well, this particular one that I'm using here, this Auto key, probably cannot, but the other game engines, they have their own rigging. Some of them, I guess, they have their own rigging features. I don't know much about game engines. Theoretically, I just know that, well, I want to learn some Godot, but yeah, Unreal Engine, game engine, then Unity. The only thing I know is that they have their own rigging features, but they are sort of different from Blender. Their axis system is often different, and there are maybe lots of other controllers that are different. They don't call bond constraints, right? So you need to reproduce Blender rig systems there. If it's not baked 3D animation, right, actions, then where the bones that go in the game engine, they are just, what really matters there are the deformed bones. So provide the skinning algorithms that are used inside Blender are, this for baking animation, right, inside Blender, then exporting the animation. So if I know this is not your question, but it is just in case it relates to this. So you don't need to remake, in many case scenarios, there's no need to remake the skeleton, every system of Blender, because the only thing, if you're using the export baked 3D animations, right, the actions, then there is no need to, the only thing that needs to go for exportation for game engines is like the actions of the deformed bones. So whichever stuff that automates that certain action that we've made from rigging and animation inside Blender, we just bake those. So if we have bendy bones in Blender, then there's a problem, because that uses skinning, it uses spline skinning, right? But then we can, for example, emulate, I don't even have an armature here, armature modifier, but you know, armature modifier also have in Blender the dual quaternion skinning method or linear blend skinning method. So these are related to deforms, right? Preserve volume. So these game engines won't be able to use. So we see deforms happening here that won't happen in the game engine. So this is a limitation outside of Blender regard to deforms. Then the bendy bones also is a limitation because of spline skinning. not usually game engines don't have that too. So only linear blend skinner, just like that. But in the case of bendy bones, we can convert the bendy bones by baking. Yeah, we make a system that don't use the bendy bones for the forms, just as mechanism rigs. So this inside Blender, so this is another trick. However, for the armatured stuff, now back to your main questions, the problem is that I think the hardest thing would be actually stuff related to trying to reproduce object modifiers, constraints, some stuff that are related to how the mesh is modified, right? But otherwise, the mechanism of the bones, I believe many game engines will have their own means to achieve similar systems, even better maybe than Blender. But to rebuild all that to make the animation, the controllers inside the game engines, I'm not sure if that would be possible, or maybe that it would be another challenge, right? I don't know how those would work. I know it is possible for certain game engines, but for me, if I try to do that I have to relearn everything, relearn rigging from scratch inside those game engines. So that would be interesting. Maybe there exists some rig tricks there, some systems that are even better than Blender for skeletons. I don't know. Maybe no, maybe they are all tend to be more limited. But if there is some auto I-key thing there, or something that emulates I-key, maybe the algorithm for inverse kinematics is different. Maybe the systems are less restrictive than inside Blender. You have to really specialize in the making skeletons inside those and rig those skeletons inside the game engine, right? But the good news is that whatever we do here for 3D animation, if we just make animations here, actions in Blender, and bake them, and we are not using any skinning algorithm that is not exportable, then we just bake the actions, the animations, and you reuse them, and they would affect the character in the game engine just as it is affecting the one in Blender. So it's common for baked animation in I'd say that would be I've heard that apparently it will be the default thing to do, right? Because it's the simplest thing. You just do all the rigging inside Blender, and then you animate inside Blender. Then all you have to do is bake these 3D animations, and even with physics, so all the animations of the car, all the deforms, provide the default skinning algorithm, right? Linear blend skinning, the safest one, the most how to say, everywhere they use that by default. So linear blend skinning, skinning LBS, so that method, provided so if you are using bendy bones for deforms in Blender, then convert the bendy bones. There's a method some guys shared to do this. So it's like you make fake segments, right? So you can, this sort of mimics the spline skinning, but actually what would be deforming the mesh would not be the bendy bones and spline skinning, it will be regular bones, just as these ones, with the conventional skinning method, right? Linear blend skinning. So in that way we can bake the deforms, but those deforms are all based on the same basic skinning algorithm. and that will make that whichever deform we see on the characters in the 3D animation inside Blender, when you export those baked 3D animations, the model, whatever, to the game engine, it will reproduce exactly what was achieved inside Blender. There would be some problems. For example, in my rig here, I use some for the eyes rig. My system use shrink wrap modifier, where it is, for the eyelids mesh, and for having this exported, this is object modifier, it won't work. So then you have to find a different way to reproduce that. However, I found a method to, instead of using shrink wrap modifiers, we use shrink wrap bone constraints. Like, then we apply this shrink wrap to every single deformed bone, maybe the eyelids in this case. So there will be a legion of mini deformed bones. And they all be shrink wrapped by their head, right, onto a surface. So I don't need, so I can reproduce this rig instead with the instead of object modifiers, in this case the shrink wrap stuff, I'll convert this auto shrink wrap bone constraints, and those shrink wrapped bones, they can be baked in the actions, right? And they carry deforms, because those are deforming bones that are suffering the shrink wrap bone constraint, and they shrink wrap to the mesh, and then we make actions. The motion of the bones are baked, they are recorded, right? They are tracked in the action. So this is why so it renders this obsolete in relation to game engines and stuff outside Blender. However, it's much more difficult to set up, because you have to do this with many deformed bones, right? And this is why I'm not using this. I don't do this for export, but I know the method. If anyone of you guys are interested, there's my Gumroad here. It's free. Just can download this. It's a preview here. This thing. So here there is this 4 eyelids rig setups for dynamics. Okay, so this is this file contains, just download for free. It contains these multiple crazy setups for so you have 4 systems here, each one is in a different scene. Here they are all combined together, but then each scene has the different one. So there's the one that I have here, the simplest one, with the shrink wrap modifiers. Then we have the ones with converted bendy bones. Then we have another one with proportional posing, which is a much more ancient method, like Stone Age method. I call it's a good method, but it's Stone Age. Like, why we do that if you can control stuff with much lesser bones, right? So you do something like, or a hybrid, which actually it's a mix between these two ones, the converted bendy bones and the proportional posing, which is a legions of bones, right? So mix these two, use a bit of the quality of both, so you have more, yeah. So then you can export this eyelids rig. There's no eyelids rig here, but the eyelids, that would be there's a video here, a playlist. In the last one I've shown how that, at least the way I rig eyelids, how that would work inside of this, but there's not enough information to be this. Yeah, the last one here, only the last one, it's talk about the eyelashes system, how I reproduce it in here. And of course you can bake that too, because they are bones. So that's some ideas if you're interested. So I've made this because just so that I would know how to adapt if I needed to play this on a game engine. And to re-rig this inside the game engine, then it's the question that I don't know. It probably is possible, but it requires specialization. Wow, one by one method. Yeah, there are more methods, right? But it's very effective when it comes change or edit the rig later. Non-destructive, similar, like procedural thing. Okay. Yeah, so there's 4 methods there. Like rigging science, right? I did it for sake of that. 3 of them, the latest 3, the 2, the 3rd, and the 4th, those will be exportable, right, outside Blender. And only the first one, which is the one I'm using here, because it's easier, right? You just add a shrink wrap modifier and you get the job done, right? So this is why no need a lot of bones or many bones systems to solve everything, but I could adapt here. So then there would be other rigging methods for eyelids, right? All that is just one, like, let's say, all that is for one approach of eyelids rig, right? And if you want, you can do this, use that, any of those methods inside Blender. You can use any of those systems even for animation inside Blender. It also works, but it takes more time to build. And here, sorry, I'm trying to understand the sentence, that it's very effective when it comes to change or edit the rigs later. Yes, I think there'll be some non-destructive, similar, like procedural thing. Yes, I don't understand the analogy here with the procedural thing. Yeah, layering the rigs so it's not conflicting. Oh yes, so indeed, this is super important, right, in rigging. What I did there, yes, I had those bone layers, but what I did there, I have scenes, right? So each scene contained a duplicate of the mesh of the armature, but I deleted whichever was from other system. Like if I had another, on one I would use the shrink wrap modifiers. On another scene, which is swapped from here, you won't have these modifiers, but you have more bones in the armature and so forth. So I put all that together in a conflicting way just in the opening, but there are a lot of instructions there. I hope no one gets messed up with it, confused, but yeah, there was all layers, and that was maybe not a good idea, but because maybe not anyone is familiar with the scene stuff. So here I have Dorothy in another scene, but her skin seems to be a bit problem here. This is all I'm not touching here, just for reference. When I come back to Dorothy, I'll be able to put them side by side and see, right? So here, let's go back to this stuff here. Let's align this bone here. Yeah, align here. Yeah, this won't work, so I suspect I wouldn't like to have this deformed bone here. Another way to do this would be to have this No, I gave up on the... Yeah, so maybe I don't bother with that right now. Let's try this for now. Then let's also try to align here. No, this one will serve as a reference. 3D cursor. Why I'm doing this? I just need to align. Oh, I don't have a bone. Okay, let's do this. No, let's not do this. Alright, so just SY0, right? And just in case XX0. Now it is straight. Then let's extrude from this tip, Z-axis. This is the maybe little lower here. Alright, these joints. Then here, extrude here. Then the ankle joint. Yeah, you see that this doesn't match really. It won't match the character design properly. And it will be very stupid in terms of deforms. Yeah, I cannot use this. I have to do this differently. So let's put it here, the joint there. Here let's place it here. Alright, at least from here it is straight, so not that it will compensate. I already gave up in the idea of having the spine straight. Yeah, because actually it won't be required. So let's just do this. I figured out that it's not required. So this will call the Control F2 bones find upper arm, no, thigh change to knee, and these two thigh, no, let's knee change to shin, and here already, yeah, I'll need this extrude. This is a good condition to actually add a bone here. Rotate 90 degrees. Alt R. Okay, it is aligned this. Let's align this bone here. And let's give 930. No. 3D cursor. Rotate on the x-axis 20. No. Rotate x 30. 30. Perfect. 30 degrees. Maybe a little more. Rotate 35. Then here extrude here, make sure this is aligned, and Alt P, clear parent, here connected, that's good. Then call this foot instead of shin foot, and this one instead of foot toes, and I think these digits are all wrong, right? Control F2, strip characters, yeah, all this. These weren't stripped. Oh, they are, okay. Some mistake, I should have seen what I was doing, so these are called thigh, right? So no thigh but foot, and these are knee. Oh no, they are thigh with a shin. It happened after the knees apparently. So in this thigh, toe, toes, toes, and then select all these and strip characters, all that. Be better if I get the names. Yes, this seems to be correct. Yeah, I'm not gonna look more than that. Now this bone can be deleted. Let's also do something cool here. Foot positive 35 degrees. Foot X. This looks like a minus sign, right? So yeah, it will be bizarre. Yeah, too much data, right? So foot foot 35. I know what that means. Foot plus 35. Foot X plus 25, yeah. This can be useful for later for the boots, high heel boots rig. Not sure. Alright, the auto I key, foot, as we can see, this is sort of working already, but we need, yeah, let's, where this is parent to. Okay, there is some control rig, and this actually is the wrong chain. Chains are crazy here. What is the deform? Alright, so this Alt M, these to master. For now I'll place it tweak, maybe even if it's not exactly that. Okay, so this control, then the tweak. Alright, it seems to be good. So this deform, I'm going to get these bones here and Shift D them, Alt M to control. Then I'm going to Control F2, find replace def to control, but then also add a new one, strip characters digits, hold shift, there we go. And of course these bones are still inadequate color. Let's change that to here. If I'm not satisfied with their sizes here, b-bone size, I can get a default b-bone size for all of them, maybe just for, not for this one on the shoulders, nor the one, well, let's do it for all here. Let's make a, so these hold 0.3, hold Alt. Wait, it didn't work. Now it worked. This is not hold Alt before apparently. So 0.03 and after. No, that's bad. So 0.1. Good, that one is fine. Then here let's give it a 0.3. So I have something more regular for now. 0.2. Same here, 0.2. And yeah, nothing. Maybe I want for this elbow, I don't know why, 0.2, just so they are might be easier to pick. But maybe that's too much, I don't know. Yeah, so very important to layer things. And another thing that is very good to learn in Blender for bigger projects is to use the append. Linked, I don't know, but append for, yeah, link to actually, yeah, and scenes, so, or different files, so the file doesn't get miserably high. For example, this file has all this amount of data, more than 100 megabytes, but this is because I have two characters. It's for comparison. Maybe this was stupid. I should yeah. And also because of some grease pencil. But if I separate all that, if I link that instead, those data, well, the problem then I wouldn't be able to edit the grease pencil. So yeah, so the many things to learn in Great Project. For linking, I'm still learning, but for appending, I'm already more familiar with. And it's important for the assets library too, because then we can. So I was starting to organize asset libraries for the materials. I find I'm still quite noobish in this stuff of multiple CG files, right? I struggle with textures, image texture, the positioning of them in some places, but I'm getting more experience over time, so it's important to do this kind of stuff, right? So here, okay, we have this, and you see that even despite I don't have the I key locks or the I key settings, we already have I key controlling here, right? So this is quite useful. So here we can see why the non-alignment is bad. For the I key, I would need some sort of improved thing here. Let's see if I do this, if anything changes. No, it's still bad, so it's nothing to do with that apparently. It's probably because I need the better settings here, and I have to maybe I key lock. Now this is not working, and I'm not even controlling the foot, right? So there's no pole target here, so this is it insists in being rotated inwards for a reason that I cannot really understand here. yeah, it has some, it's improved a little, but it's still not. Let's undo this. Okay, I'll ignore this. This will be easy to fix with inverse kinematics. Maybe it's the only way even. Are these deformed bones? No, just in case. Let's fix those things. Okay, then go back to the deforms here and the controls. So I'll have to change this deform structure here. Just change for one side. The parenting is powerful. Well, I think it will respect this mirror stuff on edit mode. Alright, so here, so now it doesn't matter if I try to move these are independent. Well, they have the parenting, but they are parent to the control rig. And so here I have this IK thing. Then now starts the problem. Interesting. Let's connect here the foot. Let's connect here. Actually, it is connected. Oh, it will move together. All right. This is a bit crazy right now. Well, no, it kind of works incredibly. Surprisingly, it's not that crazy. Just this inner rotation that I think this can be okay. Let's try to do something about this. It's my first challenge here in this, but yeah, there comes the big problem. Yeah, I cannot. How will I? I cannot pull the high heel. There is like we do on I key. I'd have to hold on. Interesting. No. The rotation doesn't want it to go back forward. Rotation doesn't apply to the auto I key. Interesting. To the inverse thing, right? So I cannot count. So high heel would be like having rotating this and moving everything up, right? I cannot have this set up. see that. Okay, so this is where these things start to break. I need to do something about this limit X thing. That's too much, right? No need all that, right? That is good enough, maybe. And as for the opposite side, why not a little more? This can cause some problems. It's also rotating on the Z. Oh, it's not the Y here. This is wrong. It's okay. Let's reduce this. Limit Z. This is just for the sheen, right? This doesn't look very nice, right? I don't know which value is that, so let's just try to match here. The knee cannot be forced there. You see there's some snapping that is bad. I don't know how to solve this in this particular setup. I don't remember this problem though. Well, now it's time to be improved. Alright. There's some wild. Okay, so maybe this is why you need this. No, nothing seems to change here. Okay, so it's the Z. I don't know here what that takes. Let's just try to reduce this. Yeah, this is getting bad. First, let's assume we can do a lot of stuff here, but yeah, it's resisting. How am I able to pull this thing that way? Anyways, I need still to get this stuff, lock on the z-axis. Alright, let's consider this for now, even though it's not even close to what we really need. Yeah, there a high difficulty to make I key from the foot, so it's like I need to be much better to, instead of using the foot, using another controller. Let's try to clear parent here and start to shift D something here, move this to tweak. And let's parent these ones connected. Let's try to maintain force alignment. Which might be stupid, but for now. Seems that we've got some problem here, or is that old? Let's reopen this. Okay, it's clean. Symmetrize. key lock doesn't... strangely this is not doing anything here. Maybe because I need to lock this before I do any motion. There is some struggle there. Could it be that this bone constraint is... no, it's not the bone constraint. Would it be the locks? No, it's not the lock, so it must be some other stuff. Curiously, I have better... it's easier to pose this in a... oh, no, it is not just an illusion. So there are still some grave issues there, but this is just the... this trying to make this thing poseable, but now a bigger... much bigger problem is the foot. Is there anything that can be achieved here? Unless... yeah, I don't even think a driver can do that. Pivot this thing. So you see, the big problem here is that I've solved this not through the... no, it was a different case. But let's try the driver. Okay, I know this won't work. Copy location. The bone is connected, it just won't follow. Yeah, it is like untouchable, as expected. However, add driver to world space. Well, no pose space here. All right, so here Z location world space, right? Oh, it doesn't respond to same thing because of its parenting. Alright, so it is really stuck. I cannot push the I key chain from auto I key option. Of course, this is another case. So I don't have this immediate input. Yeah.
YouTube Premium é o YouTube sem anúncios, com o YouTube Music num só app.
What if I double pick bones?
Uma assinatura 2 Ls. Teste por um mês grátis.
These ones I never know how to use. So you understand what I'm trying to do, right? I'm trying to force this bone to move by a double selection. Oh, the dumped track. Bounding box. Almost. It's not enough rotation, doesn't work. Bone constraints don't work. If it rotates, it doesn't do nothing. Can it affect itself by some
YouTube Premium é o YouTube sem anúncios, com o YouTube Music num só app.
Okay, nothing is happening here. Probably doing something wrong. It wouldn't be working anyways, so can I lock this and move? Alt F. This will probably cause some big trouble. Wait. Okay, about rotations, I think I give up about getting this to. Yeah, the stretching won't help anyhow. So it's about the, I remember now, one thing is about the limit location, right? But also the same thing, it won't affect these bones in the chain here. There's no other way to control this bone. Limit distance outside workspace, yes. Simmune. If I could have its track GZ. I could do the inverse. I could leverage the. I could try to instead of. I could try to leverage the ankle with this bone. Which IQ would do this precisely. This means that I need to have this bone invert this thing here. Alright, it means that I need to control this bone What? Yeah, I don't have. This is edit mode. What I'm saying. This I key is very bad here.
YouTube Premium é o YouTube sem anúncios e aquela musiquinha de fundo. Ou seja, dá pra assistir vídeos enquanto você lê alguma coisa, pesquisa, faz compras. YouTube Premium sem anúncios, mas com muito mais vantagens.
Takes too long. It was better with this kind of orientation, but it's still, yeah, because it's already in position, right? What if I align this, rotate copy rotation strict. not this one. Seems to be rotating wrongly. Yeah, maybe this is the wrong one. Yeah. If I leverage this up, I can have this bone follow this one, copy location, dump track,
Você tá curtindo uns vídeos no YouTube?
it's not precise, right?
Music dá pra ver playlists perfeitas pra qualquer vibe? Conheço o YouTube Music Premium. Limit distance, no, not this. Let's do the inverse again. I'll have it dump track, tail, and then a limit distance to the tail and reset.
You see, so far it is moving there, it is working, but then very easily it stops. Yeah, and then going back is also very tragical. So to some extent we were having some degree of success, but then look at what happens there eventually. So yes, I think this is, it's very unlikely to have this thing unfold properly. Unfortunately, just me think a little more. Yeah, motion, because rotation won't affect. So it needs to move, then we maximum we can get is this, then it is dragging the, eventually there would be a point where, so we don't have really control of the rotation of the foot. And yeah, so that was interesting, but no, this is certainly not gonna, if there is anything that can be done in this instance, I seriously doubt. So I think I'm gonna delete those stuff. It was funny and interesting, but the point here is that for this leg rig I will probably need to, so there is another solution which would be, yeah, I know another solution, but for myself, but that I don't want to try it right now, to implement it right now, because I still want to see if something is possible with the auto I key for the leg. So one possibility of doing that would be offsetting. So it would be like okay, let's say I cannot solve the problem for the so let's assume, oh wait, this is not connected to here. Okay, keep offset. Okay, so I have I key for the whole leg, right? Even though it has some issues, but yeah, it's moving. Yeah, there's some awkwardness there. I think I can control some. I've already tried this. Maybe I can make some attempt of pull target. I don't know if that works for rotations. Let's try. Copy rotation, like only the X, no, only the Y. Why it is doing that? Oh, there we go. Okay. No, nothing. Well, it was affected, strangely. Oh, there we go. The rotations are affectable. Alright, so I have to get like target. It's not exactly what I want, so it's like more a dump track. z-axis. Yeah, there we go. Towards the head. No, it's the z-axis, right? The front one, right? Move it here, yeah, something. For this, okay, let's right, but it is it's not doing. Oh, there's some inversion, right? Ah, I can also do this. All right, interesting. First time I do. Wow, because the rotations are free. The rotations of impressive. Aha. Well, but then we got some issues, right? We can control, but yeah, no, there's some trouble going on, but yeah, the fact is that we can indeed get some sort of, okay. We have some craziness going on. As I pose, I lose some of the posing, so this is one not good thing to have. Yeah, there's conflicting. There's something that happens with the I key. It doesn't generate some sort of, it's just because of the posing are stacking and it's not, but it was not happening before. For example, here, oh, it is still happening. Okay, it happens when I pose one of the yeah, so let's maybe hide this one. Yeah, I think it will happen anywhere. Okay, so now it's not happening, but if I enable this one, there we go. So no, this is not, it's a conflicting thing that is not good. Yeah, so unfortunately, so maybe something about the just one axis maybe. So like for example, transformation bond constraint. Let's try a map from location, yeah, I don't know, x -1 and 1, then rotation on the y-axis, yeah, so -30 and 30. Does that wait, what? I added to the wrong bone. where it is now. Apparently it is creating gigantic problems. No, rotation, of course, rotation, not X, only the on X also. So let's see. Don't seem to be having any interference. Something like that. Maybe this works. It didn't need to be that complicated. But I don't see the rotation on the... Looks like more a rotation on the z-axis than anything else. But this... Oh, there we go. Ah, there we go. We saw. It conflicts. It does conflict. Yeah, so it's the same thing. As bond constraints, everything is without Y key, doesn't work. So let's delete these. Apparently we cannot use this stuff. So what was the other thing then? I just don't remember what would be another approach here if it was not messing up with those bond constraints. Oh yes, the offsetting. All right, so the offsetting would be that. All right, so let's say these bonds are but parented to the I key. That means that I still can handle ways of controlling, offsetting the F key thing by... Yes, so I just don't remember how I will leverage this from F key or some parallel advanced futuristic system, but that should be possible, because especially if this is a bendy bone, so I cannot push here, but I can push with a special trick. It would be easier with less bones here, unfortunately. But if I have, so it have to be some sort of, yeah, let's try to do the caveman way here. Limit distance, so pose space, then that means that from tail, so this means that actually let's turn this off. It's actually the opposite. This, hold on, this has, let's turn this off, so this has this target here. It will outside, reset. So here it is. I can pull that, and then I think this is correct. Okay, I can stretch and pull. All right, then same thing here. I can stretch, and this one needs to target here, and do this actually outside, and there we go. So now it is not, something is not working here. Reset. The outside, well, it could be on surface. On surface. It doesn't, oh, there's this problem. Okay, this is not gonna work. It's not very safe, right? So the stretch tool allows to do that, but then this bone needs to have some, I don't remember what was the trick here, and this is limited. This is not gonna work here. If it weren't for this annoying bone, it is locked to here. I cannot allow it to stretch. Limit distance towards the well, it is not stretching, that's the case, right? It's like this is doing nothing. Okay, so we see some magic happening. The problem is that it's not exactly what I wanted, but can I have this pivot from a bone constraint on this? I don't think I can do that. Not with this bone on this orientation. Okay, this setup I know how to make it, but I don't, not with this middle bone here. This might be a severe limitation, so I can just delete it. I'm not sure I'm gonna keep those elbow bones. In my experience, they make I key very harder, way more complicated, but they are good for deforms. Why I can't reset? Ah, it's because this. Yeah, but this doesn't help. It's just a control bone that offsets everything. It's not important. But it's interesting that we have the alright, so maybe I can, yeah, so let's try an inversion here so that let's move this here. No. This is okay. Let's parent here first. And not sure, but let's parent this here. Oh, now I have the rotation. All right. Yeah, but there's some problems there, but okay, it's offsetting. No more offsetting, just reset the okay, so this is an offsetting necessarily. Leverage is offsetting of this control bone, and now the foot. So yeah, this problem still exists. This needs to have the inversion, right? So let's drop here some sort of limit location here. And then, no, not limit location, limit distance from the knee, that would be outside both space, then from the here reset. I don't know that it's necessary. Oh no, that will avoid that will cause the problem of No, let's not. Well, something about this positioning. I need to revise as the parent here. Parent to control shin, alright. Parent to control knee, parent to control thigh. Okay, this is correct. Parent to control shin, parent to command foot, alright. I don't think I should parent this now because this suffers the rotation, right? What if I parent this to the control here? So we lose one control, but yeah, this doesn't seem to be very useful. Let's keep this way. Then there is still the foot toe here, which is a problem. By pivoting here, let's get so this parents to, okay, still parent here. This bone will just parent it to maybe the whole thing here. I don't think this is great. Let's see. Yeah, no. This is well, this I don't know, at some point something strange happened, but this seems to work. But there would be other ways to achieve this. So basically, let's parent this to here as usual. Okay, does the control. This controls the foot, but then we have this leverage, which is not good. So I need to get some sort of, when I do this rotation, I need to derotate, so it's like derotation, copy rotation, inverse, local space, let's try local space first, that before regional, then invert everything. I think it didn't work, so let's get here back to, oh, of course I targeted the wrong one, so disable, let's bring this here, delete here, Shift Alt C for me to copy this, target here, okay, this is doing this is doing the rotation, but it's not what I want. Copy, there we go, it's the inverse, it's actually, it inverse the rotation. I could even leave this parented connected, right? No, that doesn't work because the bone is inverted there. Okay, so maybe copy location here before pose spaces. Okay, does it need, let's see its rotations. Okay, this is fine. What about right, then maybe this copy rotation. I just want the it's double, yeah, it's doubling the rotations because I have the the X is right, but then yeah, so there is some strange motion there, but overall, at least for now, there is some strange motion there, so it's probably because of the parenting. This was not sufficient. Local with parent then. No. I remember something about this. No, that's not working. Could just try some replace, but then yeah, there's still problems. Still, as there's some yeah, some strange motion going on no matter what I do. So this is yeah, it's still suffering a very tiny amount, so I don't know how this is often. Oh, maybe there's no, it's not something about that. Oh, actually, all these bones have a problem in my rig. Let's make all them transforms quaternions, just making sure. All right, save. Resume the soundtrack here,
O
folks.
aplicativo do YouTube.
Spent a lot of time rigging this stuff. I'm not satisfied. Alright, so even if this foot is not complete, so yeah, this is why the parenting is bad. So let's simplify this. Oops, not like this for now, right? So this means that I can still rotate the toe. This would do this. Why this is moving up? Because there's a copy location bone constraint, but that doesn't affect the. So if I want to rotate, okay, this is fair. And now this problem again. So why this is not leveraging? This bone here has a stretch 2, which is fundamental for this to happen. Okay, so the stretch 2 must be the end, right? Because it's the tail of the foot which is affected, of the shin bone, so that's right. The limit distance, this shouldn't be limited, this should... yeah. It needs to connect to this def knee. So it needs to a copy location. It is parented. It is free, so that's interesting. Let's try this. Like here, tail. So there could be some crazy, how do you say, crazy, no, I don't, dependency cycle, right? I'm afraid, but yeah, there are. But maybe it's not something that, maybe it's just a little detail that can be this. Let's see, something about the shin, the knee. Copy location. Oh, there's copy location. All right, so I'll have to investigate. This thing, of course. Cannot have the copy location along with. Why this is. So this can be achieved instead of this ugly copy location. So it's the inverse. Actually, this one needs to be pushing. Yes, it is stretching to reach that, but at the same time it needs to carry a leverage towards this bone. I cannot simply have. Yes, so as it will, the stretching will make it move up like here, leverage of the ankle indeed on that angle, but then this bone needs not to stretch, it needs to be pushing. And why it is not pushing? Because Maybe because of the parenting, or maybe because to the head of the sheen. So don't worry guys, this I've already rigged, but not with a bone like this. It's just this that I can check my other files if I want to make sure. So I think this requires, yeah, it's not sufficient. So this is doing nothing. Maybe because I need to reset. No, outside. Limit distance to the here. Good. Now that is causing that to happen, and if it's correct, but it is not, and this doesn't allow for it to, for some reason it doesn't want to, and also this doesn't work. So let's do then the inverse. Let's get the shin here. No, the knee. The shin will have the limit distance to the tail. Outside bow space, because if we no, it cannot push. On surface, right? To the head. What does this stretch does? What if I get a double thing here? Inside the head of the depth chin here, bow space. It will pull did. But it will not push. Oh, of course. Okay. It cannot push because I'm not moving the knee. I need to from this affect the knee. So this is not exactly here. I could have it, but what I need is to have this distance here. Limit distance outside, push the from the tail and yeah, then this happens. Which is a problem. Then maybe here let's try to, now this is where perhaps I need to find def knee from the base. So this I could change the target maybe. Of course this might be creating some dependency cycle, and this, yeah, it seems to be crushing something there. And yeah, it is dirty, but it kind of works. And this is why we need some maybe this creates some problem, but stretch 2 bone constraint, there we go. I saw something bizarre on the reset. Yeah, and it's behaving very strangely. Limit distance, what does that do? It's this distance. So of course this bone changes its scale. Ah, there is one way. If I can't prevent this bone to change its scale, but I think this will still affect it. We'll see. I don't like the way it relates to the type, so let's do this instead. Not sure about that one. Oh, that's some weird stuff happening there. Yeah, so this the triple bone here is one thing that is getting on my nerves, but and certainly that I could try to make the rig here on the side maybe with just lesser bones to see, right? It's simple, just have the armature to test. I could also check out how I did on, yeah, I have another character right here. Actually the armature is here. I'm still in this armature. Okay, let's go here. So this rig is way more complicated. It doesn't use a auto I key. Instead, it uses, yeah, ignore the helper bones there. We need to focus on the so the advanced foot rig here as usual, right? So you see same thing there, offsetting of the mechanism. Here is really a mechanism chain. It's not supposed to be posed manually. So this here, no, this is not a bone to be posing. Where's the, where the hell is this foot? There, control ankle. What bone is this? White is there. Okay, I don't know why do I have this bone somewhere else, but it's this one. So for the advanced foot rig here we have this offsetting, but what really matters here is this system here, in which I can leverage. So here is the deformed foot, here is the deformed shin, here is just the got regular stuff. There's an extra bone that is solving this for me. I don't remember that. Maybe it's a latest setup that could help. So you see here I have the shin bone map type. What is this for? No, this is for some other thing, I guess. Doesn't matter. Stretch and stretch. Okay, to stretch, to control knee. That's for here. I'm lacking a control knee, but this is for the It's like a third layer, these control bones here. Then the master foot, which will be the master I key, and these are for F key. There's a way to control the F key chain, but the important thing here is the leverage. So I was after. Okay, so we have this stretch. This stretch I know it's for the def foot, so this is the stretch too that I have here. It's the only thing that, well, dump track can do that too, but this one is better. I'm not even using, oh, there's nothing being used here. It is just as it is. So why copy rotation? Make type, no, this is something else. Then what am I missing here? Parent to, oh, this is different. Def left type. It is parented to the. I thought it was okay. It's parent offset. Though. All right, it's parent offset. The problem is that if I undo this parent, I lose the I key thing. But okay, so this parent offset, then I make them meet. Stretch to control knee, alright, let's assume I have something like that, and then because if I don't do that, and then the control knee has the external, this one, leverage heel, this that has this positioning will calculate the distance here of the from the def foot, from the ankle joint, from the, well, could be, yeah, which is stable, the ankle from the foot, could be the control foot that I have outside, blah blah. I see. All right, let's open, let's go back. So basically, yeah, sadly I'll have maybe to dismantle this, but okay, let's try this. Maybe it's not that bad. This certainly will make this stop working. Okay, of course, let's take off this stuff here for now. Yeah, it loses the parenting, like it gets lost, right? Only this remains with the parenting. That's funny, but okay. Stretch 2, right? Then the difference is that I had another bone, yeah, another layer that was the one of the things that could change stuff, right? So I don't even know where this bone, if there should be this, if it should be in the middle or let's say if I connect this still, does that the deaf foot? Yeah, can be the deaf foot, right? Yeah, this stretch is like bad. This is not helping to get what I want, although the mechanism is there, and it just goes too chaotic. If I lock this bone anywhere, it will be destructive. Yeah, so what can I do? Try to push the depth. would be a terrible idea. Why this bone? Oh, of course, because of local orientation stuff. Okay, this is sick, but needs more investigation, right, folks? Let's just close this thing and reopen. It would be a miracle if there would be no dependency cycles. But you see, those are not dependency cycles that seem to be, oh, just a few. One Defshini, and it solves itself, right? It's a minor dependency cycle. Defshin depends on limit distance. Okay, some amazing that there was just one dependency cycle. If I can get rid of that, that means that max shade, what would be that? Wow! How is it possible? This bone, it's parented to this, is bringing things up, makes no sense to me. But okay, the offset is terrible. But what can you do, right, folks? This am I using, yes, I'm using Auto I key. So there you go, your leverage system. Yeah, so some minute things to solve. The positioning of this bone is very important. I've decided to put here in the middle, but this might be a sort of a stupid idea. Maybe I could either place it here for more precision or on top, I don't know. Maybe I could have two bones of this kind, I don't know. Let's try this. And of course we'll have to reset this. Alright, so here, the parenting here, I didn't destroy the parenting, then I tried to maintain the things favorable to the I key, Auto I key, right? So this is interesting. Maybe I have to resolve that, but I think no, I think this is good. So it helped a lot to check my other file to know that this bone actually didn't need the what is this copy location thing? Let's bring it to if I don't have this though, the leverage fails. No, it still works. But if offsets, of course. Of course, I needed that because then the bone don't get to the point. Alright. But this could actually be a... Let's do something. Here, just like this. Maybe this is bad. Well, it is straight. It seems to work. The only disadvantage is that... Let's see if I reset here. Oh, interesting. I can maintain... Yeah, it maintains... This bone ensures that the F key chain doesn't offset. But hold on, this is not over yet. I'll have to make another... Yeah, let's make Aisha 11 here. There's still this problem, so there's a leverage there that will require to offset, but that should be simple. So basically this bone has another copy location that is using... Does it need that? Yes, it needs the copy look. Interesting, I never did that. This can offset it from... Pretty interesting. That means that I can reproduce this for this one. So, except that I'll change the target now to this one. No, this didn't seem to work. Maybe I need to focus on this one, but same thing, we got problem here. Okay, so this didn't really... No, this one was not a good idea. Maybe this, the way this is doing this is also not so good. So I have F key, I have I key, I have partial I key, wait, where's the partial I key here? Oh yes, this is F key and that behind is I key, alright. I have advanced foot rig, but hold on, there are still problems unsolved. I have I have a limitation for the rotations. No, there you go, pause everything all together. Full F key on the joint. But there is still a big problem. That'll be the lock. Well, knee lock I have. Don't even need that, right? But we already know, right? Oh, here we go. Want full I key, F key. There we go. This is the. Don't need the 3D cursor to do that. This was for my other rig. Then F key and I key simultaneous. One back I key, front F key. Full I key here behind. Then the problem, yes, the same here. The pin. There might be more challenge for the foot rig, yeah. I don't have the parenting yet here, right? So let's try doing this temporarily. What is this parent bone? Master hips 001, is that one? Yeah, master hips. So I'm not sure. Okay, so I have indeed this problem. This I've solved with the so there will be different ways to achieve that. So the basic way would be to have the basic way. This way is more complicated, so let's get. The problem is that I don't have a master foot. I'm not sure what I'm gonna use to solve that, so let's do this for now. yes, there is a problem here. How do I... The iKey setup would do this automatically, but in the case like that, I have to pin the hand. Yeah, it's a lot complicated. I cannot inverse the chain to have the iKey working. It's like I need to have the foot, the form, pin, wrist. This is not pinned. 2 bones to pin the deform, and 2 drivers. Yeah, this is a lot problematic. So that this bone would stay in place, right? Actually, no, it's not this bone, it's the deform. It is... Yeah, but here we have serious problems. Maybe I should pin this one. It doesn't have any... Okay, let's try to get... But it is parenting not connected. Okay, this might be good to go. Limit... how to lock this? Limit location. Local space. It's still being pushed indirectly. That doesn't work for indirect movement. Effect transforms maybe. No, world space maybe. Or pose space. No. This is not important. I always don't know why this has this limit for manual posing but not for external controls, right? So like bone constraints. So instead, let's just add another of these pin wrists, but actually bones, wrist, ankle or foot, yeah, whatever for now. Also Control F2, strip characters, shift, all that. Didn't work. There we go. Alright, so I will rotate -90, align this with the let's just place them exactly there for now. And let's hold on, they have bone constraints, right? Pin foot, no, let's Control Alt C. No, not that. Just disable here. Let's Control I key wrist. What is that? Oh, it's that. Okay, so that will be equivalent to this, but let's also change the color here. That will simplify our vision. Teal. All right. This will be Control Command foot instead of that. Control I key foot. Yes, all right. Or ankle. All right, then from this one is the possible for now. It should work, but could use this one too. We use the deform wrist. Okay, let's use the deform wrist then. The deform bone for the foot, so that will be add a copy transforms pose space and replace and no, not copy transforms, copy location now I can totally move that. Copy transform pin. Why? The wrist is different, right? Of course. If I wanted to get this thing to copy transform, I just have to give this sort of alignment. It doesn't look very nice, right? But at least that has more sense. Yeah, same to the hand. So now I can do a copy, full copy transforms here. And yes, I don't want. So if this is correct, no, it's not working. Well, it is working for the deform rig partially. Something about the wait, let's. I don't remember this. Yes, it is true. All the I key gets moved. So this is very bad news for simplicity or organization of the rig, right? It's not super helpful. So of course we can then get this back, but then yeah, this is messy. The I key should do its own work, right? Yeah, quite frustrating. I cannot, of course, tell this bone to be stuck here. It won't respond. Like, let's say we got this, it doesn't respond because it is parented connected. So yeah, so I don't think that I don't trust that happens on any other rig. This is one of the limitation of the auto I key, right? And I'll have even to fix a lot more problems here. Isn't there anything else that can be achieved for this? It requires manual posing, right? Full F key, and here we just there's no way to manipulate them in the same direction, right? And there's no way to command this bone for the auto I key. Yeah, so my rig attempt here is going to a frustrating case where I was able to do unfortunately the arm rig was kind of successful, even though different than, yes, I can use this rig idea that I have here for the other setup, because I don't want to have one I key work in one way and then the other I key a complete different sort of a different approach, that just because of the advanced foot rig. So I have reproduced both. Maybe I'm forgetting something. I cannot push. What makes this bone locked in place? It's the own key system, of course. So how come the key bone constraint can easily solve this thing? There's an key master which can be controlled outside of this. This doesn't respond to anything. Let's try something here, just an idea. What if the chain continues? Wait, what's going on with this root bone? There's some sort of foot bone constraint, right? Floor. This has no influence whatsoever. No, no change here. Unless I had a chain that could do the inverse, right? So very peculiar. This is unsolved, but this I was going to solve this thing, right? But it's what connects this again? Copy location to this and copy location to bone. Yes, this bone is being responsible for, and this just don't have any bone constraints, so it could just add something to, maybe it could just be the stretch too, right? There we go. Unfortunately, this won't resolve this problem here. And that creates, of course, the other system here, because yes, so this would not work anyways without, indeed. So this is this will be very hard to solve. We need to make these bones, like, instead of stretch, perhaps dump track here, and even if that is solved, then you have to make them like rotate, but maintain the same distance, and then so it's this limit stuff, right? Limit stuff everywhere, and this can occasionally cause some problems. And you see here, it's very difficult to maintain the, looks like the shin bone is being scaled in different ways. No, it's no, it seems to be maintaining its shape, all right, because of some of its, because of this one. So here I need to lock this in some way, but even if I had this anyways, we already know that that will work, okay. But then this idea of having the whole chain, F-key chain, offset in this horrible way, there's nothing to do about it that I know. Just have to manually repose. That will be very, very inefficient, right? That's not what we want in a rig. So indeed, folks, so I will have to go back for the leg rig to what I needed, right? So, and then I will see how to implement these things for the, because even if I solve that problem, there will be another problem, and then another problem. I'll have to find a way also to pin the knee from the torso here, just as I found how to do here. Can show right now, and this would be very hard. I know how to do this, however, for it's not super elegant here. The texture's messed up, but it worked. And now with the new how to say, the new driver system that I that I found out, it should be feasible to okay, I don't know why the rig is not working for this character. Maybe this version it wasn't made alright, but anyways, I would have to. So I have an opportunity to attempt some small revamp of this feature, right? So I have some pin knee here. I think it will be, yeah, these ones. But I never used drivers for that, and now maybe I have the setup to operate this thing. So it will be the, if I go back to Aisha, it will affect, so this affects two pose mode. So basically it's actually relatively simple. So then this makes some bone constraints to swap gradually to influence, not through direct binary enable disable. And by doing this double effect, I can then do the pinning elbow here from the torso, and this I don't need on the other rig because of the Aiki bone constraint that exists there. So I don't need to pin the wrist, right? It's just the elbow from the here, and this setup for the wrist I already have, the hand. So I just like this thing that I need to pin, and not even from the hand. This my other rig there, Dorothy already does. Not super elegant, but it does, right? It's just for this particular one, this stuff here. Yes, and so I'll have to try to readapt that. Okay, that's it, folks. This is very long. Hope that was interesting. I don't expect anyone to have stayed that long, anyways, but many visitors, welcome. So folks, that's it. I've lost count of the list of things that I was here. Recover the inverse schematic data from now the auto Aiki master chain. Okay, this is super interesting. I'm sort of getting this into play. Research elbow for, okay, this we did. Mimics master Aiki hand, pin hand I did even before the, and so what I'll add here for Aisha is re-implement Dorothy's simultaneous. Then I'll build that from scratch, how the I key F key plus and add to that the newest pin elbow knee from, yeah, from torso. Yeah, that's it. Then anything else here that I remember? No, so this will imply the advanced foot rig. That works. Alright. So that is it for now. And if I can solve this mechanism thing without with the way I'm building here, I was building here, I stopped at this bone here, then and it started to work, I will have to see how that would work for other something here is failing, doesn't matter. I'll revise. Then this will be a good F key, I key for the torso, and including the head, right? So you see, and this is just by auto I key. So if I can do this spine rig, that will be super cool, even though maybe for the limbs that will be a different setup. So but I'm okay with that. I struggle a lot more with for sure than that with the other spine rig of Aisha. Had a lot of bendy bone splines. It was very tricky, and there's still some stuff in the head that and the neck that are suspicious. So that's it, folks. Thanks for watching again. Take care and happy blending. I will be back tomorrow and we'll be developing this and solutions, right? Because enough experimenting here for the arms and legs. Let's just fix what we can and then fix all that. So yeah, folks, take care, happy blending, have a nice weekend. That's it.